and we pushed in the public arena. So we will be making the decision on our events investment funds. 8 applicants and 7 applicants in our making those all public exclusions, so we can due to our limited budget that we have. And we will be basing all the decisions and there probably isn't a lot of point to sitting around today. We can do presentations to us and listen to us live, and if we've got sound or finding the outcome. Hopefully that's really important today. So our apologies and move on. I will start with so we know we
everyone, my name is Anne Court. I'm the county.
Good everyone, I'm Kyle Bamba, the White Upper representative for
Well, and I represent Whangaroa.
Hello everybody, my name is Wayne Neal, I'm with the Curator report.
Security awards. I'm fighting the Waitagi area and I'm the chief for the day.
Well, I'm Flo Beresford and I'm one of the policy advisors on the technical list today.
Kia ora, I'm Elliot, I'm also a democracy advisor as well.
Morena, I'm Amy, I'm one of the community board members representing Kirikiri.
Oh, Morena, I'm Jane Hindle. I represent Kuraraka Russell, Okua, Maramaku and Towai.
Ora, mari hapati pima ni te member o te hapati pōi o Whangaroa ki te wharangi ki Whangaroa. I'm the member for the Kawakawa Moerewa subdivision.
Good morning, Kim Hammond. I am the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board Coordinator on behalf of the Far North District Council.
So moving on, apologies from Ronnie. Did you have Ronnie's to really? I'm not listening to them. Okay, that's great. So we are in to no deputations, but we do have all speakers today. So welcome to our first speaker, Avita Salina. You're here representing the Bay of Islands Star and welcome. Come forward.
I have also David with me. We are on pleasure, so
Sure, I think. Now you can answer questions. You have 5 minutes.
Yep.
Ellie will notify you at the 4th minute in case you want to leave and ask the question.
Hi, my name is Avita. So I'm from Vega Sailing Week. I'm located in Russell, but originally I'm from Latvia, so I do have an accent. If you don't understand something, please let me know. So why we are here is Vega Sailing Week has happened already for 20 years, and this will be the 23rd. And usually we are very self-sustainable, but after COVID, like a lot of events and a lot of businesses we have been hit, and also last year's weather events really affected our events and canceled on the last day. So this is the reason why we are seeking some funding and support. Our event, you have probably read, hopefully, the application form, where we gathered together around 1,000 people, meaning 100 boats, with 5 people as a crew, and then family and friends who during the day, while sailors are sailing, they explore the Bay of Islands. And also on Thursday, they have a great opportunity to go to Urubu Island. Have a party there, but at the same time, they will explore the bird of harvest song, put it down song. These my friends are for the learning about the area. For our events, we try if possible, local suppliers area. And Kerikeri for equipment hire, Kaikawi for security, Haruru for trophies, which are just beautiful local artist creations that are made from colored free and with flower shell, and sellers can take it home with them, and it's just a great memory of the area and the events. And yeah, the main thing is, as I mentioned, we are struggling with the funding also because a lot of major sponsors this year have pulled out, which is understandable because everyone is at the moment struggling with the financial situation. But I was saying today, this morning, we are heading into our 21st year, and we kind of feel like these kids who are leaving home, and we have to do it by ourselves on our own, and we are changing also location from Opo Cruising, but we are going now next to the boat club, not the boat club, sorry, boat ramp in Opo, which is in front of the marina office. And yeah, a lot of changes, a lot of new things. We have to learn how to navigate them, but we still are seeking some help and support. So Dave is here to help me to answer any questions you have. As he's our treasurer and he knows the back story, and he has been with the event for 5+ years. This is my first year, so feel free to ask anything.
Thank you. And sure, yeah, okay, very just planning the event for 5 odd years. Yeah, it's a big event, good event, locally, like both, but it's kind of beyond that goes to Kerikeri. It's supported by sport club, Kerikeri Cruising Club, Waitangi, Longs, Club, and Russell Boat Club. It's a sort of normal food thing. From like those areas and participants. Yep. Unfortunately, last year in the year with COVID, we lost 30 grand, and then last year we almost broke even, and this year lost some major sponsors. I think due to the economic you know, we'll cut our costs. But yeah, doesn't make it easy. Might be as well. Can't move forward. Yeah, but yeah, that's basically brief. Just we thought it needed to change. It's still supported by all the club, but it gives a different. We've done the same thing for years, and so I think by moving it down there, we're close to the various. The ramp, the outlook was directly on the water, in the way, and it does save a bit of cost as well. But yeah, the number of things going forward.
Yeah, because Barbara Marina is sponsoring the venue, so we are have to pay for it. So it's, but also we are next to all the services that are there. So as boaties will participate, so they have their facilities right there available. And also, as I mentioned, 20 years it has happened in the same place. But 21st, we want to expand, we want to become bigger and known better. And kind of the feel like one thing is to create more like a festival feel with time. But unfortunately, when we put this idea in place and everything was agreed, we thought we'd still have the sponsor. But after the decision was made, they pulled out. So if we would have known, maybe we would have stayed instead. Thank you.
Thank you. And next up, we have Janet McPhee, representing the Human Services Association. This is on page 32 in the additional information paper. Welcome.
Kia ora koutou katoa. For Andre Mitiere Takainua, I'm the president of the Islands-Whangaroa RSA. Have been for the last 10 months or so. And Janet McPhee here is the vice president. We're here with our funding application, primarily just to help us support what we deliver to our community in terms of commemorative remembrance occasions, primarily Anzac Day and Armistice Day. With RSAs, I mean, this being the case in point, I think this RSA, this building here used to be the Kitty RSA. And so a lot of RSAs were struggling with the cost of living and so forth. And then, you know, the adverse effects of COVID and whatnot, really, we almost had to we actually closed our doors for 3 months because of all that, and also the lack of capacity. We operate primarily, we're still surviving through the generosity of the community, particularly a core small group of volunteers, including myself and Janet. There's roughly about 4 to 6 of us that keep the place going voluntarily. So you give up a lot of our time and personal family sacrifice and whatnot to keep our RSA alive. And the reason we do that is RSAs countrywide and Commonwealth-wide, we exist to provide primarily welfare and well-being support to veterans and their families, as well as more recently these days to our greater members who are associate members. A lot of them have not served in the military as such or been deployed overseas, but they RSAs over the decades have become kind of one of the pillars of particularly small communities. It brings communities together. They might have family history of uncles, aunties, grandparents and so forth, parents who have served at some stage or have deployed and been part of, you know, New Zealand's contributions to unfortunate wars around the planet. And then with, you know, the time that's passed since World War II, we've lost a lot of our veterans and they've left a lot of their families still with us that we provide support to. And then we have, you know, over 60,000 what is labelled as contemporary veterans, those from Vietnam onwards with all the deployments that's occurred over the past 20, 30 years. Myself being one of those contemporary veterans who've served in deployments such as Somalia, Bosnia, Bougainville, East Timor, Afghanistan, Iraq, and so forth. We're trying to bring them back into the RSAs, these contemporary veterans, to bring our numbers up because those numbers have dwindled with natural attrition, I suppose, is the word to put on it, but also to keep our RSAs alive within our community and still providing the 2 main pillars of our why we exist: the community support, the hub for our community, because it brings in the community and gives the community, along with other community organisations, you know, a sense of belonging and something that everyone within the community wants to keep because it brings people together, which is a bonus. Yeah, but recent with the costs of everything going up and whatnot, it's a real struggle to say, you know, we will not be able to survive going forward the community support of individuals, volunteers. So that's it in a nutshell, basically. So, kia ora.
Just that the reason we're putting in funding this time is because, you know, things got so much more expensive and we want to give the community rather than have to come in and pay, say, on Anzac Day and stuff like that.
Do you support just Kororaraka or do you support other communities in the area?
Other communities in the area, right out to Rāwhiri, Ngaitonga, Kaihia, Hareru, all of those are from around that way.
Yeah, we've had to expand with, you know, the likes of Kitty's closed, although we still a functioning RSA membership. it operates out of a local establishment here, but also, by here, RSA is kind of changed as well. They've gone to more of a community-based establishment rather than a veterans establishment. So we're expanding. Pretty much anyone's operating in the Bay of Islands now.
Gina? Melanie Morgan, represents New Zealand Bay of Islands 295, and page 41 of your edition of information.
Hi everyone, my name is Melanie Morgan. I am the Secretary Treasurer for the Bay of Islands Show. We don't know it. The Bay of Islands Show is the oldest agricultural show in New Zealand. It has been run since the Bay of Islands Show has had every single year apart from times of war and COVID. Where COVID, like every other person behind me, has stripped funding because that was our sole source of income, apart from a little bit of wildlife, a little bit of camping throughout the year, which also couldn't happen during COVID. So the idea of my application now is the show has always been pretty self-sufficient because we've always had really good community support. Everyone's always come to the show because in recent times, it was a good way of people getting out of the house, but it was also something that everyone has always gone to. So the idea of the application is to be able to actually provide a bit of compensation back to the community. So we would like to be able to fund things like free entertainment for children. And we've actually dropped the price of food stall locations for the trades to be able to bring in more food for the show to, again, provide more for the people coming in. The show does attract people from outside of the community, but generally it is far of Northland that actually come to the show. So it is a local community base. So we would like to be able to offer free children's rides, free petting zoo, and all of that sort of stuff that people actually come to just provide a little bit of support back to the community. So my application has gone through a few different hands to get to this place. So it's probably a little bit larger than what you guys would even consider funding for something like this. So I would just ask that the consideration be focused mainly on the children's entertainment, and the other funding we can possibly manage. But yes, that would be my main. And hopefully moving forward, the show can be back to self-sufficient.
So, questions?
Madam Chair, can I just get clarity that the children's entertainment is the three figures, children's rides, small animals farm and band?
No, so the band we would cover. It would be more that we would use it for just the entertainment.
Children's rides, small animal farm, which comes to 750.
Yes, sometimes 15s, yeah. So there's two.
Yeah.
Of 70 pounds.
So you get over this stop first.
Thank you very much.
It's lovely. And I have to see years or something.
Yeah, you've already 179.
Monday. Yeah, treaty time is okay, next up we have Jackie Sanders. Jackie is speaking to the Kitty Spring Party. Page 73.
Thanks, Jackie Sanders to form. And I know we're short on time, so full up things. The same time as Aaron. Yep, so just bullet pointing and some facts around the Kelly Street Party has supported our application. And we have 39 local food and beverage businesses this year, 8 local bands and artists. 12 local suppliers of equipment and services, over 30 paid staff and volunteers committed. That's just us, including all the staff employed on the stores and the local businesses in the area. And over $200,000 of immediate economic benefit to local businesses for food and beverage sales and hireage. And the additional income to local accommodation providers who get an extra night's booking potentially after the half marathon. And the long-term benefits of showcasing local Northland products to a larger audience. And last year we raised over $5,000 for local charity, which was our kitty, and we put that towards the Christmas in the Domain event, and so that helped them a lot. And one person footing the bill, which is me. And look, this Much Love event has brought our community together for about 13 years, not as long as that show, but still a significant amount of time. And I did promise to keep it alive after the disbanding of the Kilkenny Business Association, and echoing what others have said, the effect of COVID, and I did that last year. And it was really stressful on the day, and I was facing a $25,000 shortfall. But thankfully people did come on the day, the weather held off, and we covered our costs. But last year we had $22,000 worth of funding and about $7,500 worth of sponsorship. We have the same amount of sponsorship, lost some and gained a few others, but we have zero. And the rest of the costs do need to be covered by the vendor fees, ticket sales, and ticket sales are the variable that we can't predict or guarantee. And if the event has to be cancelled due to adverse weather, we do have to refund all those tickets and the sponsorship and the vendor fees, and we have to absorb all the costs. And those costs have gone up significantly, again echoing what others have said. And it's a huge risk for all of us struggling after the years of disruption and bad weather. Events and hospitality have been hit really hard. And we had requested a larger amount through the Events Investment Fund, and we realised that the pot has to be shared with lots of events. And $5,000 would at least cover our road closure and some of the fencing. And that would make a huge difference. And the reality is that anything less is going to have to make us really consider some options. And we don't want to cancel. We may be looking at maybe we can postpone it until we can raise more funds, but then it wouldn't align with the half marathon and the original kaupapa of the event. And look, it's a fantastic and much loved event that brings our community together every year. And we think it's a small investment, but like a really big return. And we're committed to trying to make everyone family support.
How much support and sponsorship do you get from the businesses that are, getting the extra night's accommodation and the, additional, sales of food and stuff? Do they support you?
So all the food vendors pay to be there, all the food and beverage pay there, and some of the businesses in the town centre do contribute a bit as well. So usually around the same as a site fee or a little bit more.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you just talk me through the sponsorship? I just had a quick squint back through and I wanted to know. So you donated $5,000 to a charity?
Yeah, I donated
Is that your intention to do that?
Yeah, it's
part of the reason I'm asking, I'll be really clear.
Yeah.
We've had funding applications with more money than we have.
I know.
So we're going to have to be getting out the big red pencil. And I'm just wondering as well, that's really cool. Perhaps that's something we just can't afford to do right now. Is that on the table?
It's been a part of that event the whole time. It was just one of the guiding principles is that the cohort at the gate, or last year when we introduced the $10, we absorbed the ticket fee into that as well. And we give from within the $10. So everybody knows that they're coming in, and it is going to support other great community events.
Would that be too big a pill to swallow?
It would be a shame because I know that the Kitty Christmas in the Domain has been struggling as well with sponsorship this year. So it's really hard. I have kept the same kind of I guess it would be a really kind of to swallow and forget, but yeah, maybe we do like what is that covering some price. It's just, again, it's coming back to the risk again as well in the event, you know, if we do well, we want everybody to do. I'd even be happy to, if we do well, to donate funding back to the community board to go to another. Also, it's not, it's just helping us at this point to debate that risk a little bit more because there's a lot to bear.
Thank you, Jack. We've got some time. And as you will make that decision based on. Thank you for coming. Next we have Melanie Chandler-Winters speaking at the Jazz Festival. This is page 99 of your additional papers.
Kia ora. Kia ora, everyone. I volunteer and work for our Kerikeri Community Trust as an arm of the art arm of it. My background is in events, and I also work for Creative Northland. But we started our Kerikeri Community Trust really back when I was general manager here at the Turner Centre, and it was out of making sure that we could support all our community groups and being able to have events and things like that, and we could able to make sure that these sort of things happen. So the Jazz Festival really started because myself and my husband run the Jazz Club, which we've been doing for the last 8 years, and we just felt, I think probably through COVID, we really felt that we need to bring community together, and we need to be able to look after all of our businesses, and that's when we decided this year we did the Jazz Festival at the Kerikeri Golf Club, the Bay of Islands Golf Club in Kerikeri, and we really wanted to support all of our accommodation providers, obviously retail businesses here in Kerikeri. So we started it, and we are now looking again for 2024, and that's putting on the Jazz Festival. We've got a sponsor, which is Craig Investment Partners, that have come on board that want to be a part of our festival, and that is to bring in, to work with our local musicians, as well as we bring in musicians from Whangaroa, we bring in musicians from locally here in Northland, and we do bring in musicians from the wider, obviously nationally as well. So we really want to build this festival, work with our local businesses, and give back to them, give them an opportunity to be able to earn some money. Because really, when my time here was really to make sure that we were reinvesting economically. So there was an impact economically back into our region, so that our businesses were able to earn, whether it be accommodation or food or groceries or petrol or whatever, that those were those opportunities for the wider Northland. So this year we are putting it on again, and we're bringing in more musicians, and hence we're building it again for this year in the 2024 on February the 25th. So we're looking for funding to help us to do that. With my role in our Kerikeri Community Trust, that some of that money actually went to our murals that will be being put up and around Kerikeri. We're using Erica Pearce to do that, and also to do some workshops locally as well. So I think probably just really touching on what Jackie said is we're trying to reinvest back in, so that there's a multiple of ways that we can support businesses, but also support things that can further the opportunities here in Kerikeri, because what we're hearing is money is tight. And if we can provide those opportunities for businesses to make some more money or bring people into the region, and the big emphasis I really was bringing people into this region to see our region, bring them in to look at and hear what we've got to say, our stories, times here, the culture and heritage, our arts. We've just had the Big Coast Arts Trail, which has done incredibly well. We need these types of events to continue to bring people into our region, so that they can obviously learn about what we're here. And you know, I mean, as I said, if we don't have these types of things, I mean, the Kerikeri Jazz Festival is going to be very similar to, if we want to build it to be sort of like Tauranga, obviously Wellington, Manawatu. So really, it's just an opportunity to bring those people in. So it's more than just the festival, it's about what we can get.
Translate a question, Melanie. February the 25th, your events day. Yes. Plenty of people in the area when it is peak season. Is any thought being given around that? And given we know in the Bay of Islands that we're actually coming down and not really cold.
Well, it's a sort of a summer festival because obviously it's an outdoor thing and we're actually wanting to, fingers crossed, you're going to have weather that's going to be able to be conducive to bringing people into the region. And also the thing is also to bring them in, there's another opportunity to, while you're here, staying in the Bay of Islands, whether it be in, you know, right throughout Northland, is to actually have an opportunity to do something. People are looking for things to do. And that's why we thought it would be best. We know that there's the Jazz Festival in mid-year, August, and we wanted to provide one for summer.
Okay, any more questions? Right, bunch today. Thank you very much. Right, next speaker we have is Leanne Tasker to discuss cruising bays 2024. Sorry,
it's Roz. Masterton to look after your mother. So it's Roz today.
Oh, sorry, Roz. That's right. Right. Jesus.
Okay, you're the final Fairbanks Community Board. Cruising the Bay is a non-profit community event that's bringing visitors, or passport visitors to the north and all over, which is great for the northern economy. This event relies on community support, and hopefully in a few years' time it will be able to fund itself to get back more to other events coming up. This year we had 164 cars ride cruising throughout the Northland, and despite the weather conditions, it's huge success and amazing feedback. So what we're doing, we're asking local communities to help us support this event to make it Northland's iconic place to be. I've been approached by MediaWorks. They have organised a meeting with me next week. They would like to come on board as they think this would be huge for Northland. So I have a meeting with them. So I know things are tight. Our charity is St John. We are combining the Kiri Car Show with this event. So I don't hit my sponsors too hard. But everyone I've spoken to, the retailers, the accommodations, they're right behind it and they're looking forward to it.
Thank you. Time for questions.
I'm going to ask you, but it's actually for everybody, and it's around asking the ratepayers to give somebody money so that they can then turn on it to a charity. And I'm not really sure that that's the role of ratepayers. So bearing in mind that every month we sit there as a board and everything we get applications and get more money than we actually get allocated. We have to be really prudent. And that's the hardest part of our job. It's incredibly hard because everybody is really. How fatal would it be to you if we said you need every dollar to support your business? We do, and making donations to charities at this point, much big really too. So it just has to be quiet, just for now, So what money that raised at St John sold to wheelbarrow rentals. So the profit that we make for food in the bay through ticket sales will go back into the coffers for the following year. We want to be able to get it up and going First, before we can actually do anything else, we want it to pay for itself. We're all volunteers doing it. We just want to get it up off the ground and get it something for Northland. So with St John's, the only money that they received this year was from wheelbarrow raffles that we did and gave it to them. So none of the profits from Cruising Bays went to St John's. It was all put back in the coffers to make it a bigger and better event next year. Next year we're actually taking it up to Taipa. So we're going to try and move right around the north. We will go to Taipa this year. We might go to Okanoni next year and try and move it around.
Madam Chair, I mean, echoing what Anne says, we've got a number of worthy events coming to us and asking for funding. And in my mind, you know, we can't support them all because these were investment fund events, quite large chunks of money. And we don't have that. No, you know, we have very small amounts of money. But if we had no money to give you, would the event still go ahead? Could you make it, reshape it?
Even if that put me in trouble, I would make it work because it's something that I believe in and it's something that I've worked for Northern.
Because, you know, I'm just thinking last year the community board did support you with a small amount of funding. And I think, you know, seeing a community board funding application might be slightly easier for us to say yes to than this very large amount of money that we can't give you.
No.
To be with you.
Our major cost this year, the major quote, was traffic management. We had traffic management this year. It's very disappointing. And so we went for another quote. We have I've been in contact with Downers, and Downers have come back, and I have paid the quote here. They've come back. They've dropped the traffic management from 30K from T8. And Downers are doing it for us as a community event for June House. So I have got that here, and I have got fire. But we have been trying to bring every cost down we possibly can.
Is there a reason you switched it to March? Is that because of the?
Because of the weather and because we were including the Kirikiri car show with it. So we got 400 people for the Kirikiri car show. So by involving the two of them together, it's just going to make one big event.
Madam Chair, one thing observation on traffic management, because it's something that I see every day in my road portfolio. So our traffic management costs for looking after our network in 2021, 300,000. In 2022, it was 3 million. Traffic management companies are dispatchers. Earlier this year, the government amended the legislation and they said, you've got to stop taking this over the top approach. You've got to address your risk management to the risk it presents. Closing off a CBD or a festival or a car show, the risk is like this. So when you as funders are asking people for traffic management plans, don't be shy to say, hey buddy, that's over the bloody top, excuse my language, I apologise, that's over the top. The Shark people will come back to me and make sure that it complies with what the legislation requires, not what will fatten your paycheck.
And there are a number of companies that apply traffic management and shop around.
Yes, that's why I shopped around.
Yeah,
I went back to them and said,
So the story breaking my heart. Everywhere I go, Christmas parade's been cancelled because no one can afford them. It's not cool.
No. Everything in our hands is not the better beyond this. Absolutely focus.
and we'll see Downers are quite heavy to support community events where T8 said, DK, get on with. One last.
On that, we are planning on voting this year for.
So I've spoken to the deputy there. We are closing it from AEZ Bank to end times. So it's not a one-way system. And just like on Common Road, The road corridor manager is coming on board to make sure everything is running smoothly.
How many hours?
So that will be from 7 o'clock in the morning to about 1 o'clock. Thanks, Ross. And I'll just leave those flyers with you. And if you feel like it's says a rescue helicopter appear on outside your head, no.
Oh, it's awesome. Right, next up we have Shirley Hay. Shirley, you're here to speak to the Bay of Islands Country Rock and the Bay of Islands Jazz and Blues. Okay, 178 and 193. You've very little story about this year.
Basically,
Say, oh,
after 38 years, back again. I know my new treasurer has asked for some ridiculous amount. But, I think she's asked for sound and accommodation.
so that's because it was originally put in front of the events at SB Fund
Yeah,
and your manager.
yes. Because you
So-
put it was with that business.
Because it was unsuccessful,
Yeah.
come to us.
No, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, for a small, much smaller. Far away.
We got the 2,500 off you from the overall grant for jazz and blues. And that went to the bus for the shuttle bus, which was 3,200. So that was 2.5 we got off you with a huge amount. Our numbers were way down for jazz this year, so I've got a bill for $280 odd. I've got to put in due to the lack of badge sales. Once again, it's just a sign of the times that people are just not travelling or whatever. The country rock, we went down thousands because of the spring deals are closed, so the motorhome people weren't going to travel. Jazz and blues is only, like I said, a couple of hundred down. And once again, because of the times, things are pretty tough at the moment. Whether we're going to have another go at jazz and blues and country rock, but I'm afraid if it's down like it was this year, I can't afford to carry on after 38 years. I've got my days are up. So hopefully, people will pick up again and bring Derwins might get, they look there.
Shirley,
But-
you're speaking here from us today.
I know.
You support for the bus, is it?
Yes, bus is a big thing for us. It keeps the police off our backs, the alcohol.
And it helps.
Oh, yeah, definitely. The parking's a really big thing. They can park at their motels and stay there and just jump the shuttle bus. And the shuttle bus drivers are really good. They drop them off at their motels and things. So that shuttle bus thing is a thing that I really want to keep going. And it's always, Perry keeps his price way down. Like, he starts at 5 o'clock Friday, and he goes to midnight. He starts at 11 o'clock Saturday and Sunday, and he goes to midnight, and it costs us 3,200.
So that's class.
Yes, yeah.
So that's discounted.
And outrageous discounts, even he'd be paying more for his driver.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's so if I got that, that's like a massive.
Chair, I see that you're training a successor. You've got a succession plan in place.
Unfortunately, I'm on the early stages of Parkinson's.
Yeah. So you've got some.
So I have to get. Unfortunately, they live in Matamata.
Oh, I thought.
Well, I thought it can be. I run the Taupo Country Music Festival for 5 years, and I lived up here. I went down there once, so if you've got the support, I'm their support up here for their meetings and things, because it's a bit ridiculous for me to come up and do 3 minutes talk from Matamata. They're music people, so they know what the music scene's about. They've been with me this year and done very well. I've been quite happy passing over. I won't be handing everything over for about 2 years, I hope. Hopefully. But they are, yeah, they're young, they're my age. when I started.
Yeah, yeah.
I've done,
It's good to
I've been in the music industry 45 years next May, so.
good that you found somebody to kind of give you a hand, I thought.
Yes, yeah, and I need young people, you know, it's not worth having somebody in their 70s like me. The knowledge is good, but yeah.
Yeah. Did anybody ever nominated you for like a community hero award?
I did get the Queen's Service Medal 5 years ago. The musician put in, and yeah, and I got that. And I also got, is it there's one, I got one the year before it's the one that they have, the big one they have every year. You can only ever get it once.
Volunteers in you also.
It's in Whangaroa now. It's a big, but then they end up with the big one of the whole country kind of thing.
Oh, it's the of the year thing, is it?
That time I got that one. But yeah, it's not what I'm about. Those embarrass me. You know, I'm not really a talker. I like to just get in and do stuff. I haven't got time to talk. I just want to do.
No, you're doing it, Shirley. Thank you so much for coming today. And sorry to hear about your results. Yeah. So we'll discuss these a bit later, and we'll be part of exclusion, so you'll need information.
No, thanks a lot. And thanks for what you gave us for Jazz and Blues. We got no pub charity funding whatsoever for Jazz and Blues. No, we're a charitable trust, and they said that they'd only give it once, which they gave us a bit for country, but they wouldn't give it again the second time.
Yeah.
So I don't know how we're going to get around that.
I was tired.
I know the big boss in Wellington, so I know.
I think we get great. So now we move on to the weekend speakers for our community grant funding applications, which are actually in the public exclusion documents. So please represent Agent Hawaii for the Whangaroa Arts Festival. Oh, she's coming from the line, okay. Move on to got Coralie Shortland and the committee. So this is the slide today, page 26, and you are additional papers.
But maybe really services. I'm Coralie Shortland and Cecily. We represent the Bay Islands Voting and Community Services. So the Bay Islands Voting Service has been operating for 30 odd years. It's been based in Kaikoura, and we've been working mainly budgeting, helping funding. But then COVID came, funding got tight everywhere for every budgeting, and we reached out and looked at other projects. So, and amongst that, we came to banking education because of the need in the COVID times and people who needed some education and support. But what we did find was working with our funders is that there was a gap with children. So education, old ed had not extended that it needed to. And so some of the whānau that we worked with, we helped out with. Yeah, we joined another group and we helped do LTN. From that, we've been, well, Waki has been providing youth services. And we have a 4x5 office for budgeting, which we've had for a couple of years, I think it is, but we've always struggled to find somewhere to park our bodies and be able to pay for it. So we had 4x5, so obviously it wasn't big enough, so we did the scope of Kaikoura. And well, unless you hire or you just can't, there's no room to house. And we had 70 odd rangatahi only running through our office while we're trying to work with the whānau as well. So the application is about equipment for manaaki. He's got all about Manahaki, but it's the building that we want to provide a place to support and educate rangatahi. Just those, there's a lot who've missed the gap and been a bit dropped, and we're trying to work with them. We are working.
Trying to meet that gap.
Thank you. So our application is actually for equipment for the building. We took on this huge building, which was ugly as, black and red, and we had to have. Oh, yeah. So she had a vision.
Yeah, so with Manaaki, it's about being a creative learning environment for our tautamaki. So we don't preempt anything. They come in and we do whakawhananga with them, we have a kōrero, and then from there we determine what needs to be done. And we support them to do that. So Manaaki, we, in March, we started this journey in March. And so we opened as of the end of September with an incomplete building. So the incomplete part of it is our kitchen, and everything else that's been done has been done through voluntary work, like the painting. We've done a lot of work ourselves, painting the indoors, the interior, and getting into a blank canvas. We've done a whole lot, we're making our own little kitchenette. Is anything. So friends and family have actually come in to do stuff for us because they see the potential in what we're doing for our tautamaki. So really that's why we've made the application. We've, like Coralie said in the beginning, we've fallen short with funding. Money is tight everywhere. So we're not seeing as much funding as we used to. And so part of Manaaki getting to the completion stage would be to do our kitchen area, which the majority of that equipment is for that, and there are some office equipment that is like to source as well, which will be our study for our tautamaki to just pop in and study, or just to sit down with the youth mentors and research pathways, training, courses, and that sort of stuff. Yeah, that's fun. So, right here. Yeah. I'd say 9 Million Street is where our budgeting services, and then 77 Gilly Street is where Manaaki is. It used to be a tour fitness gym.
So 9 Million Street is where our office has been, and we just couldn't fit.
Yeah.
With everything just couldn't fit.
Yeah, and we were hiring
Conference rooms, all sorts of rooms.
Yeah, so.
But they're just not available when you need to do programs.
What's the relationship? How do you work with Haiti and Housing Trust in terms of they have space and
So they
how do you integrate with each other? Because
so
I know I've been to your place lots of times.
Yeah, so
I know. I just wonder whether you share kind of assistance or knowledge or
collaborate
or.
These are collaboration.
I know.
And so for me,
yeah. I'm just wanting to make sure that you all play happily in the same place.
In the same place.
In the same standard. That was what the
and we were collaborating. We have been utilising their space at one stage because of the lack of venues that we could have for our tautamaki program. So to combat that, we went for our own building. And if I'm honest, I think, there's a higher power here that made this happen. So it wasn't because of us. I totally believe that.
And actually, some of our programs we can't deliver in Whatever because they have it.
Because there's two households,
so we can't actually use the building. Even though we share whānaus and, we have rangatahi from Wharewa or Puara, Rāwhiti, all those areas, we just have to be based in Kaupapa.
I just want to make sure everybody's good with each other and that you're all collaborating and not, I'm sure you are, but I wanted to ask.
Yeah, I work in child and adolescent mental health, and we have a bit to do with the Ngāti Health Trust, and Alcoa, and I was wondering if they've got these huge spaces in there, like that big upstairs and.
Yeah, so we're below.
Yeah.
So there's the Wakatuki.
Yeah.
That's upstairs,
Yeah.
and then the mental health and addiction. So we're collaborating with them at the moment on another project, Tamariki.
Yeah.
The Kakanoaho.
Yeah.
So we collaborate with a lot of organisations.
It's good to have the joint, because otherwise,
Absolutely.
Yeah, Tamariki the best.
Yeah.
Yeah.
really important it's all joined up.
The kitchen. So the kitchen, where we're going to be doing a lot of cooking programs, just gardening, some herb gardens. You know, where we put it in our kitchen because it's just empty. So it's actually nice sort of space where you can do stuff like that. But the kitchen is, it's a main thing, yeah, that's really important.
We've got one sink.
And it helps our whakapalonga, you know, sitting down, having a look at our farmers, and it's that space to be. We currently have since May, and we're currently looking at 35. Because like there's that gap, and we're trying to fill that gap. Kids that are disadvantaged in school, that are under the age of 15. We're currently 12, 13, 14 year olds trying to support their education. So they fit into our criteria of 15 to.
I'm just trying to figure out how much do you need for the kitchen? Just, I think it's not clear from the application,
Being honest, time frame wise, we would be scrambling to get quotes. Actually, with our reliable suppliers, which is, you know, so really, realistically, we would be looking at to get opportunity. Well, yeah,
Fridge gone.
yeah, we would be happy with half. If not, then, like I said, we've got few friends and family. And, you know, supportive people who will help us.
Donate a fridge.
Yeah, I have donated mine. Yeah.
I was going to put it on the fridge, Russell.
Oh, yeah, it's great.
So what can you put, you apply?
No, she's seen it.
Last month. I was just looking at the pending. It's still got outstanding from lots, right?
So we have 5, yeah, 5 things.
You got 5
Yeah.
things.
Half of these money.
Sorry, I'm confused.
We had the big opening and that's why you couldn't
Yeah.
make it. We worked it out. You had lots of knickers.
And we just wanted to open, even though it was incomplete, because we wanted to get ready.
So we think that's why you didn't show another thing.
Yeah.
So that's fine. So
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much.
maybe I'm going to listen to my now. Yes.
Arts Festival.
That's right. Sorry. It's really private.
I can see you there. Oh, we can see you. Can you see us?
Kia ora. Can you hear me?
You can. The floor is yours for 5 minutes. You might want to leave a little bit of time for questions.
Sorry, I've got 5 minutes.
5 minutes, including questions, so you might like to leave questions.
Okay. So I just kick it off? Tēnā tātou me tēnei kaupapa. Kua mahia mai tēnei wāhanga, māku, kia tuku I tēnei tono, nā mātou. So thank you very much for allowing me to be able to present this morning. I'm sorry I was late joining. But anyway, we are Hato Hoipa Te Kāmura in Waitaruke. Our kaupapa is a Whangaroa Arts Festival that's run annually. We host 6 schools plus ourselves at the end of each year, usually in November, December. The festival has been called many things over years, but it started, I think, around 2000. And was really just an opportunity for the local schools of Whangaroa to come together and celebrate at the end of the year. We're the smallest school in Whangaroa. We currently have 15 students enrolled. And we host probably what is the biggest schooling annual event for this district. It's something that we're very proud to be able to do for our area. Across the school year, there are 4 events that are hosted by 4 schools, ourselves, Kyle Primary, Matauri and Tōtara North. So our application is about trying to elevate the festival moving forward. So the last 3 years have been challenging in the respect of we've not been able to host in the way that we would like to. Weather has played a part in that, and obviously the COVID environment. We're wanting to change how we host the festival because it's an outdoor event. We don't have the facilities here in our school to host an indoor event. We don't have a gymnasium, we don't have a hall. And the community hall in Kyle is quite challenging to use as an alternative venue. So this year we have hired a 9x6, a 9.6 by 9.6 covered stage, and it's got a 14-metre cover over it, and a marquee to seat 250 people. And we've had to go down that track because the last couple of years we've been rained out of our event. So we've tried to come up with a solution whereby we, as a school, we can continue to host it. It can continue to be held at Waitaruke, but we need to be able to do it so irrespective of the weather conditions, we can keep people safe and dry. And that's what I'm going to say about the application and the event itself. I might just leave it for questions now. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's perfect. Okay. So questions. Yes, once Bruce set up that.
There's another school, and you're hosting it. Does the other school contribute to this, your expenses?
The sports contribute.
The other schools contribute to.
No.
For the host.
No, so the events that are held here, hosted by each of the schools, are funded by the schools if there is things to be, costs to be incurred. We have used it as a fundraising event for our school in that we sell food for the day. But no, there's no other, there is. The Runanga, Te Runanga o Whangaroa gives us a $1,500 grant towards costs, but that's about it. And then the school pays for the rest. This what we've applied for is new. We've not done this before. We've not hired a marquee before, and we've not hired a stage before.
And this is because of the weather, yeah?
Yes, but we're doing this because we want to be able to continue to host. And this is how we can do it, to continue to have it as an outdoor event.
Marketing hire, it's coming from Auckland Sanitation. That's the other one. Sorry, we've got so many funding applications.
That's marquees though.
Lots of marquees.
This one's 3 grand.
The other question? No? No more questions for you, so. Oh, Elaine.
I'm sorry, Fran. Who selects the schools that you invite to this? You do or?
Oh, so it's not a competition. It's an opportunity for the local schools of Whangaroa. So we work within the boundaries, the tribal boundaries. So from Oruwaiti in the north through to Matauri in the south, and all the schools within that catchment, including the ECEs. It's an open invitation. We can only host between the hours of 9 and 3 because all of our kids are on buses and there's all those kinds of logistics that we have to consider.
It's a geographic selection invitation.
Yeah, sure, yeah. Yeah, there is 6-7 schools across the district who perform.
Ronnie, yes.
Basically, no, we're geographically placed. There's pretty much nothing big. And so I think it's the warranted question without the funding from the board. What's the likelihood of you actually pulling this event off?
We've committed to the cost of it, irrespective of the outcome of any application we've made. It's a cost our school will absorb, and we will find a way.
No more questions, Leo, so thank you for joining us, and Catherine will be in touch with you later on today.
Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day.
This event. Ronnie, are you presenting for Colour Classes event?
Oh, yeah. I mean,
I got some questions.
I'm going to be good at funny. I went at this speak this week after the season. Instead of basically got 24 last night. Fortunately, my books got here late. I haven't actually had a chance to look through them. So I got through some of my notes, but not all of them. You say, unfortunately, they served me to speak for the Christmas parade. None of me could make it, and so I put the noose around my neck. So I don't mind it, but really, all I can do is speak to what it means to our community of Kaikoura, not just Kaikoura, but their surrounding areas. And you say, it's not just about celebrating Kaikoura, but it's about celebrating the different schools and the achievements they've done throughout the year. It's an opportunity for those schools to actually bring their kapa haka out and show to the community what they've learned over the last 12 months. It's actually a time for our community to embrace each other. And I suppose keep that connection, their connectivity with each other. And I'm not just talking about Kaikoura because it's the connectivity between different communities as well. We've finally come from Karetu. We've finally come from Wairua. We've finally come from right around our subdivision. And so it's not just about Christmas for our community. It's about celebrating the community as a whole. I think that's important to our community. Over the last couple of months, I don't care what reading what happens in the other communities, and it's nice. And I see events out there, but we don't really see that in our little space. And I'm not saying that's anyone's fault because of this one. But what I am saying is that when we have an opportunity to do something for our community, you know, I'm always wholeheartedly in support, simply because I think when it comes to any community, whether it be Kerikeri, Waipapa, Kai, we need these, as I suppose, events to keep the heartbeat of the community pumping. And as long as we got that, well, then we'll always be able to maintain that connectivity with that community. And this is, I might add, this is a great way for our board and council to keep that connectivity with our communities. And they have much more to say to
Oh. Really?
Thank you, Richard.
Trying to ask this.
Well, am I correct in assuming that this is the Christmas event for that community?
Yes.
Okay. That's all.
Oh, I see that. That's much thing. I also contribute to the Sure.
Okay, kia ora tātou. My name's Pamela Ann. I reign from a place called Matawa, which is inland from Moerewa and Waikare, and my dad's from Tainui down in Ngāti Hoa. I have 4 children and 6 mokopuna, all residing in Moerewa, and I live in the centre of the universe in Antigua. Which is probably what you both may disagree with, but I probably will. He's my neighbour as well. So I'll keep this really short and sweet because I know your time is precious and you've got one more to hear. So our event is our Moerewa Christmas. It's always an amazing opportunity for our whānau to be able to come together, celebrate a community event. It's a free event for everybody. Nobody has to pay any money if we've got the bouncy castles there. There's no mai haere mai, come in. It's for our community, but hey, if others come, no mai haere mai. We're all good with all of that. We don't mind. We do end up having some sponsors, and it's never usually money. It's usually material things like they'll chuck in some lollies, so then they can throw them out when you're doing the floats and different things like that. We're applying for 2,500 for the actual event and 2,500 for a traffic management plan of sorts. That traffic management plan quote isn't in there, and that is because it's going to be a tailored one. It's inside Simpson Park Hall, because with our new road coming measures down the Tilia Road, it's now impossible. You can't even turn the truck into that anymore. So they're readjusting what that's going to look like and redesigning that thing. But right now it's sitting around the $7,000+ mark to close, which was once only 2,500. So it's just not feasible at the moment. So we thought outside the box and not put so much pressure on this organisation. Let's just put it down at Simpson Park Hall. Thank you, Roddy, and we'll keep guiding us that way. So it's now down in that area on our domain. Now, what else can I tell you about our event? From what I hear, there's no other events being applied for in Moerewa, and from what I would know, in 1 year, you probably would only have this event from Moerewa coming through on this table. So it's an amazing opportunity for you guys to say that you've donated towards this kaupapa of well-being for our people who live in poverty in Moerewa. Okay, so yeah, we got no money down there. In 2018, I approached this board and requested we have to have one down in Moerewa for probably about 4 years, because one of our whānau thought it was a great idea for Whanapoko to jump on gang members' motorbike and trail in with 50 other gang members loading by. And then we had nobody come and support our kaupapa for a long time. So we reignited that in 2018, and we bought things like your guys' community group gave us money, and every year I'd purchase something to add to our kitty or Moerewa business. Things like giant chefs. I don't know, it seems like a small thing, but in our community, we don't have these type of things. T-shirts for all of us to wear, 50 T-shirts, Top Prints help with that. You guys help with that as well. Water stations for our things.
And all of these things I use actually in all our events in Moeroa. Happy to donate them to all of the things because I'm probably running the blimmer things anyway, so it's all good. Yeah, I think if anybody has any questions, wait, I'm happy for a question. Oh, and I work for here with Te Tātou Trust as well, and our trust is. They're 39, 40 years old this year. I'm not 100% sure which one it is, but we were established because of the riots that happened in Moeroa. So Hiwi was created to save itself because nobody was coming to save us. So that's what we were here for. So I work for this organisation. Do we have any other questions? Okay.
Hana Coco on a gang bike.
You have a few questions.
No, please, by the way.
Because I haven't been to.
You're welcome.
Wondering how consistency it is.
Yep.
You said you have flights.
Yes.
Care centre.
Yes.
Not on a gang bike.
No.
No.
And
No.
you've got
No.
a couple of funding applications in on here. One from Bay Islands budgeting. Is that the same Bay Islands budgeting the previous applicant?
Yeah, but what, yeah. Oh,
So there's 6,500 pending and.
but that's not us.
It's on your form.
That's not me. So this is the only event that we are applying for. This is the only event we've ever applied for. This is our.
No, this is Te Puna Arahopu Tia Whakapapa.
Yeah.
It's that one.
Yeah, but there haven't been any other applications.
Yeah,
That's-
that's usually another funding source. New application.
Oh, no, that's. Te Puna Arahopu.
And it's probably because me and your cousins, maybe.
And we might have to organise it as well. So there's a committee and we all work in it and we all work in it.
And don't, but that's for your guys' kitchen, isn't it? That's cool. I don't know why that's in there.
Sorry, what is it?
6,500.
It's part of the same application.
Yeah, it can't be.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's.
It's just been managed that someone's happened there and here out. So neither of those.
You don't get funding from me for this. I mean,
So good. I just thought we were successful in having one.
Maybe it's other things.
You would have given us 500, but you didn't give us 6,000. We
were kind of surprised that they would ask for some money and then give it to you.
Okay.
No, maybe it's because we're all collaborating. I don't know.
That's my question. You could have one like that.
To ask the question. Okay, so that's out. That's
No, that's
fine. Okay, thank you for that clarification.
And the other tag funds are for just general operational stuff.
Yes.
And
Any more questions? Glad to see your dates don't clash. I'm really impressed the communities aren't clashing with dates.
We try not to. We try to go like on a Friday afternoon, just so that we can allow other communities to have that space. Because it's really important for everyone to be able to share, but not only that, for people like yourselves to be able to attend us. Sure. Like you're welcome. Get you a prime car park. So.
Are you going to give them a job like you give me?
So Pamela, and also I do the Facebook page for the community board, so if you want to send me candid photographs of.
What about?
No, for the community board Facebook. Send it through to Catherine. Who's your liaison. You've got some photographs of Hana Cook being dressed, or kind of the workers, the elves, or we'll happily put them up on our Facebook page because we love us all with a program. Awesome. Awesome.
Does he look like you, Roddy?
No, that's not who he is.
Yeah.
So yes, we love to share and celebrate stuff, so
I will do that.
supply photographs, we'd really, and then we'll share
Yeah.
to the community as well.
I'll do that.
Thank you.
And a couple for me.
No, that's okay.
Last time they put me in a tug of war and put a whole rugby team on it.
It's a duet back.
I experienced for the first time skiing.
And it's keep up community safe through that in traffic management plan and site spot. So we want like, Kia Patrol to manage that. Actually, it could be dangerous.
Yeah, because you're near the main roads.
Yeah, otherwise we're going to be managing both and it's just. Okay, so you're right, no, it's a good day and it's lovely day there next. It's been waiting even more patiently than me.
I did admit they had a meeting. I'm sorry, apologies.
You've been here forever, haven't you? Ever?
It's okay.
Have you had fun?
Good evening, everybody. Yep, my name is Islands-Whangaroa. I'm the treasurer of my marae community. We are running a one-off event. It's the opening of our building of our new marae complex on the 11th of November, which is Armistice Day, which is also an acknowledgement of our we have, so this is a one-off event. We've sought funding to help the hire of a marquee, and yes, you're right, the marquee is coming from Auckland because there are no marquees available up here.
Are they all sold out?
They were all sold out by the time we sought so our event is a 4 a.m. event. We're anticipating between 1,500 and 2,000 people. Because we're opening a whole new complex, we have no kitchen facilities. Brand new building, marae building. I don't know if you know where it is. It's on Winery Road on the way to Tauranga Bay. So it's that sort of flash looking complex you see in the middle of nowhere. It's built with low maintenance in mind going forward to the future. We have had to build up our platform, our building platform in terms of where we put our structure due to flooding and weather events of the past and potentially the future. We looked at sites off the floodplain, but due to our, I don't know, what do you call it, erosion, the potential of erosion in the area of the valley, it was engineered as unsuitable to put the building up in the hills. We have lots of tributaries and we call them puna or springs, underground springs, their whole area, and that causes instability of the land, which we see everywhere because the road erodes away. Why does the road erode away? Because of the puna that are under the ground. And we see it everywhere. I've got two eroded sites along our road from Winery Road, just one in our valley on Winery Road going up over towards Atwells Road, and one on the other side going towards Snowden Bay. So, you know, we can't prevent the weather events. But getting back to our 4 a.m. event, we're hoping to get funding to hire the marquee to host the cooking of what it's actually going to be a hangi. So preparing of the hangi for serving of our people until the building is operational. So when on the day, once we've had our opening, the Kaumatu and Queer and Manihiri will be fed inside the whakae, and the rest of us will be marquee. And it's to help prevent, you know, other weather events that might occur on that day. We don't know. Can't guarantee that it's going to be a fine morning at 4 a.m. It's going to be dark. We have got lighting, but during the opening of the complex, the lights will be turned off. But once the dining room is opened, then we'll be feeding our money heading at home, especially inside the dining room. But the rest of us will go.
Last month, and I should probably ask this of the school as well, we helped fund a marquee for Islands-Whangaroa for the big sports festival.
You mean the Piri Mokana?
Yeah.
Mokana tournament?
Yes, to actually purchase the
I'm
marquee.
just thinking there's 2 events in Whangaroa that need a marquee and to hire, and then there's one here that we helped fund.
And we said, when you purchase this, will you make it available to other marae? Because obviously it's a big cost. And they said, yep.
Oh, sorry, we weren't aware of that.
Yeah, I was just thinking.
I didn't say it, so.
Yeah, we weren't. I think our application, I don't know,
Yeah.
obviously.
Because we obviously want to support you, but I'm just thinking if there's a marquee sitting there that we could, in the area.
Clearly, they would plan to hire it out when it's not in use and it may already be in use. But
no, it's not about that because it's a private.
But it only just happened. We only just gave them the money.
Yeah, it was, it's a huge event, the Piri Mokana, which supports, up to 2,000 people going through the gates, supports the marae, in the area.
Yeah.
And it was a very successful weekend. I was a part of that weekend, and
we paid for half of the park.
Yes. I don't mean it. 7 weeks ago. When they didn't stay for they were going to do the.
I have no idea.
So we said to them specifically.
I did see him. I saw the marquee. So I stood.
Marae had a marquee up, so.
So I did. I don't know, was it the white one or was it?
I think it was the one that the volunteer in the Komahi were using by the rugby club.
Oh, yep.
So I guess you've already.
Pardon me?
You've already booked the marquee.
We have, we have booked our marquee. We have. Yep. Yes. Yeah, we have booked it. We booked it months ago.
And they're certainly doing you no favours on the price, aren't they?
No.
That's a very flash accommodation they're staying in up in your, I mean, other hotels at that cost.
Yeah.
Like, really?
Yeah. I know. So, we'd be, well, we can talk to Sailor, but we still have to hire other things like the chiller, the toilets. The other things that we can hire as well.
Yeah,
we can cater for the people.
The money would go further for this.
Yeah, we could talk to Sailor. So they purchased it?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
And that was the whole idea, is to stop.
Yes, there was one of the things that the board put on there, was they bought it, helped them to purchase it, would they make it available to other marae or other events in the community? And they definitely stuck with them, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe we should put a post up going, hey, Marae the Kaio. Whangaroa, did you know?
Yeah.
I think that thank you.
But just for, I understand, like, not all over the place, but.
Oh, no, that's fine. That's fine. At least we know now.
Yeah.
And I can approach Sailor. But that's not to say that we don't have to hire other things.
Yeah.
And anything would be grateful. It's a one-off event.
We as a community will assist in more information sharing. So to say that, like
yes,
close proximity to area of that scale.
Rather than donating, the cost of food for the locals rather than paying a marquee company in Auckland.
Yes,
No?
that's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah.
Why don't we find one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It'd be so much cheaper if we bought one, people came along with that through a booking system.
Yeah.
We've seen about maybe 5, 6 events that are required in market.
Yeah, well, it's the weather, right?
And you make
That's what Miriana said in her kōrero about Waitariki. Like, I remember last year, because my mokas are in that, and they don't go to Waitariki, but they were, and it was like, and they ran out and tried to perform, and they got drenched, and then they said cancelled, and so we all had to rush to go and pick them up, and so it just bucketed down that day. I don't know if you remember, Bruce, but. But yeah, from my point, from our opening of our marae, which is going to happen on the 11th of November, on Armistice Day at 4 a.m., we would be gratefully appreciative of any support.
Thank you very much for coming in.
Thank you.
Yeah.
No. Well, I ended up with Lawrence. We were together, but like, we didn't know we're not there. And then I was listening to him, this season sounds really important. Like, I'm not. Oh, yes, I did. Well, you know, we don't apply for funding very often from the council, from the community board, so this is the first one I've been to.
And the diversity of
Yes.
of the applicants and ours.
That's right.
Okay. It's not easy.
It's awesome.
Imagine it's.
And it's awesome seeing all the different community events that go on. Be it in Moeroa, in Koko, and Kirikiri, and Kaio. I mean, we're all trying at the end of the day to grow our community, to grow our, you know, to get that succession planning going with our rangatahi, with our young people. We're all just trying to build community resilience and sustainability so things that don't just die off and we become like a dead committee or dead community where nothing happens. Like, we've got to continue to support that things happen and growth happens within our communities so that our young people, my mokopuna, I've got 4 mokopuna of my own, and my youngest is 8 and my eldest is 14, and my eldest plays for Northern Rugby. And so, you know, and it's about building all that resilience and sustainability and that, I don't know, that so that we continue to grow as a community.
But when things go wrong, that's when you need it. That's when everybody comes together. Things, you know,
Yeah, but shouldn't we come together when things go wrong?
But what I'm saying is we build in the good times, then they're there.
Let's build that resilience and let's just keep growing as a community, as a Taitokero Northland, and help supporting each other.
I think this we have to acknowledge you because, you know, your geographical area, there's basically nothing there.
Nothing there.
But to see what you've achieved out there with Karangahape Marae is amazing. It's inspiring. It's inspiring to other communities and other hapu that if you really set your heart to it, this is what can be achieved. And to see that, you know, you fellas accepted that challenge because I know I'm on your whakatete on the page, your Karangahape page. And so I've been watching how the Yakas whānau have been doing the marae. And it's just amazing to see that you went from this nothingness to what you have today. And it's something, you know, we should be acknowledging and praising communities that actually get off their butts and actually do something like this.
And it's not an easy feat, you know, to achieve what we've achieved. I'm the treasurer, so I'm the one responsible for the reports. I'm the one that's responsible for the money, the one that's responsible for paying bills on time. I'm the one that's, you know, so, you know, I keep saying I'm not the project manager, but they say, well, you are managing the project because you're making sure it's in a roundabout kind of a way. I'm kind of like the project manager of the money, kind of thing. And yeah, and so we've built a structure a complex that we hope will lead us into the future for our mokopuna to come through. So, you know, we all know what a marae is for. It's for gathering, it's for the community, it's not just for Māori, it's not just for tangihanga. It's for all sorts of events. And we've tried to build it in a fashion that will last, will be low maintenance and will last into the future. Okay.
The last speaker, and we're going to take a break now.
Yes.
We stretch out here to serious decision making.
Yep, cool.
Okay. Also, last speaker.
Chair, to remove
We need to anything up on events because the next structure, in most cases it's a hell of it.
Alina. Are you ready to go, Charlie? Yeah. We can hear you. Yeah, we're ready now. Thank you. Watching us online, watching 6 minutes. Move that flag on was on. Of me, back in September 20. Amendments, occupation. Kids. If there's an amendment before, and the Islands-Whangaroa. And it's trying to handle the smells well. Seasonal management and cost. Yep.
Kim's doing well. Thank you, Kim.
To the should those stay on there?
Oh. It keeps them in so we can chase up the people because there's a tendency I have noticed for RFSs to just quietly disappear. And by keeping them on there, it reminds us to just check in and see whether moved into a long-term plan budget or somebody's going to do something for some time. The one.
Well, I just would like to comment, Madam Chair, that in regard to ceiling, you can have any wish of street. But at the end of the, it doesn't. And I need to be very clear about that, so we can patient with it. There are other that are a bit tourism opportunities that growth. Have tapped into those to do some such as rural. I just wanted to set that expectation really clear. I always feel like the Grinch stole Christmas when I do that because it leaves an expectation in the community, I guess, about it.
I guess that's why I left it there because if I see a tourism infrastructure funds, but the thing is, the reality, those don't even come through to community boards. We're largely unaware of it. Staff will pick them on. I doubt the staff read that.
We're going to be workshopping on Monday in Arts voting prioritisation matrix. The prioritisation matrix does is it has 23 assessments. They are weighted, and then everything goes into an algorithm. out of the top should be the number one road in the district. Takes away the squeaky wheel. When we developed the matrix, the very first road that was it. So that was the road. And I am staunch defender. It takes the ward boards and the whole, who's got more money and all of that out of the equation, and it actually puts the road in there based on the scientific. So what I'm going to tell you is that your roads will be considered in that matrix. 3,500 roads in the district, and whichever one pops out the top, at the top.
I think I'm happy to take Rafferty Road off this list because I understand it's just there to annoy people. But with Maramaku, the frustration from that community is quite extreme because people come out and do piecemeal stuff. And the fact that they won't do the water table means that the roads flood and get corrugated. So they spend more money doing other stuff when they just logically came up with a strategic plan to do things in the right order. It would get better. And that is a frustration. And what I've been asking for and what I've put into the LTP and what Kim has seen when she's come out with me, it went to Maramaku, is look at it as a whole and come up with a plan, do things in the right order so that you don't throw money, good money, and then have it wasted. That's the issue. And I think that's a perfectly reasonable request. This is not about sealing a road. This is about actually doing the things that will stop the roads deteriorating, rather than just moving gravel around, or moving gravel, worse still, into the drainage channels and making the problem worse, which is what's actually happening.
I don't disagree with that. Yeah. All I can do is tell you at the moment that there are 6 funding buckets that are completely controlled. We put in our asset management plan or our activity plan, depending on the objective that you like. We apply for funding. Whether we get the money, that's it. Nothing to do. They always moderate us down, place because there is never enough money. In our roading, we have to get out there and manage network with diminishing resources. So they are sweating. And some things are not roading department's issue to fix. So for example, if you're in a floodplain, that is an NRC matter. And so there's these jurisdictional squabbles that happen about that's impacting on my.
Yeah.
I don't have the budget to address that because that doesn't feel funding. But it's very complicated. All I can tell you is that we're very alive to these challenges.
But you can see that eroding contractor sweeping the gravel into the drainage channels that then subsequently cause the road to flood.
Yes, that should be.
You know, that is pretty frustrating for the community.
Yeah.
Just so.
That's right around the whole area. In multiple area.
It's not our delegation, and it's a case of where are invested on behalf of the community, but we almost need some sort of parking lot system so that you don't end up with permanent this long list of REUs as unresolved.
Not a solution at this stage, but it is being discussed with the CE to how your members' reports can be more enacted upon.
Good man.
Without the CBCs having to be like,
Actually, we don't need to actually even raise them here. In regards to maintenance, I can tell you that the elected members have said we want the focus to be on drainage. And we are seeking 78% National Land Transport Fund. I do have to warn everyone, really don't much. I don't think we. It's going to be. And, Wellington. Aiming individual, but the messages coming out of Wellington. There is a $5 billion in the roading budget that needs to be plugged and no one will come. Thank you, Mr. Knight.
Sure, just stop. Sorry.
Yeah, just, and I've got the floor, yeah, just keep, the coastal road. That, but that movement, that, sort of, that, we've been around the first time.
I know.
And I'm still looking. What I'm afraid of is, it's nice to go away. That goes, and no.
Fortunately, we did not shoot the messenger. We get 100% out of the emergency route by something like the fire, but we can't receive money to.
It's all the brick markers.
Doesn't seem to be. I've actually seen frustration, so. Some things around with it. Well, that's the.
Just on a comment note, and no, community is right across the district. That was just an award. It's not a town or village that has a big budget. So, process there really is to just photograph that report and encourage review. Something we can help them out from there. Perhaps some discussions that our community to fund the volunteers paint and brushes so that they can react quickly, photograph it and react and report it to the police so that they do know a lot of the tablets and the actual signatories, so it's really beneficial then to build a case of destruction from some of the same individuals.
It was interesting to see the comment from the Te Hiku Community Board, because they actually do have a community organisation that is doing that work across their area.
It's something for the combined shop to know.
Yeah.
Discuss something.
That's a very full agenda already. Yeah, but we could look at it for the next one. So Kaikoi also has an organisation, the Graffiti Tag Out Trust, and same with Te Hiku.
So we seem to be an outlier that we don't have one.
Right, something else.
Like 5 people that should just put them on community service to clean the city off.
We actually have the tenant try and get the city. Okay. And they would.
Doesn't have it.
I show some up actually.
Right, moving on to Roddy. Any questions for Roddy? Any to report on?
Worth talking about Derek Landing because we're both working on this one. The interesting one is that this community board has been involved twice with Derek Landing, so this will be in your term for Linda. The beautification project in 2001, and then there was another 2015. And here we are again, we don't seem to have a sustainable solution for it. So we are hoping to meet with Kampoo to talk about a longer term management plan for that piece of.
Succession programs that's been kind of banging on.
Yeah.
It's the thing we should do, should come with.
Yeah.
We had a recent application for roles, what's that, we have a management plan. So this is not really enough when it comes to our reserves, no matter how big or small they are. If certification has taken place in outside the standard town maintenance budget, mowing or weeding, spraying, we need to actually ensure that the people doing the work have a plan, and they still very well having volunteer agreements for these wonderful people in our community to do stuff, but we have to have maintenance and succession programs.
That's hoping to make
It's a lot, it's not the right player, it has to be added into the town maintenance stuff.
So we're hoping to meet with Kampoo and talk to them about longer term options for that, and I'll just leave it there until we have the Huiwi funds. But that's what we're planning to do.
And we just need to reschedule the Titi one.
Yes. Oh, and yes, with the tea, well then we had a big, but unfortunately before I think it was only a day out from the meeting for the pass, and then they had a death, and so we had to shut that down. But I'm hoping because this week is actually he Waka Putanga Day. And so they're going to be busy out doing their thing. So I figured next week I should have the date for next Sunday and then push that through with them, because the Hapu themselves and the community actually meet every Sunday at 2:00. And so it's just a matter of what Sunday to meet them with. So, of course, I'll have to advise you and NTA?
NTA, Elizabeth, Stacey and Jonathan. Yes.
Yeah, now he is. I basically used my own relationships out there. But that's just to get the conversation going and then bring everyone, bring the team together there. It just seemed a lot easier than going through on plus when they turned around and said that they couldn't actually get anyone to sit down long enough. I mean, because of course, Uncle Kingi Taurua and all that, the long time and the connections of whakapapa like Lawrence, well then it was a lot easier for me to just go through family links. So, yeah, yeah. Yeah.
I'd like to thank for following up on my RFS so quickly. No, I'm just driving past and now the road's been widened. It's like the conflict happens. Please. What's that?
So I'll put it to the vote, so very similar to Tyler. Person support. And things carried. Item 7.2. The debate on pursuant to council's naming policy, naming two public roads addressed at 373 Kitty Kitty Road, Kitty Kitty West Fires Lane, Road 1 to Lily Lane, B Road 2 Kawapena Lane. Seconded Bruce. Moved and sent through some additional information if you wanted to read that. I was satisfied with Edam's thorough report. I did run here and ask a couple of queries around the agreements of the names, but both parties agreed to those names. Kapu and the applicant. So any discussion around it? I'll put it to the vote. Move to James second first, unless this is. James. Moving on to item 7.3. Summer Just to individual travel funding applications. I'll move with the following amendment that Te could be replaced with Islands-Whangaroa. It's the one-year line, so on my printed agenda. So at the Islands-Whangaroa Community Board allocates travel grant funding for the recommendations received from school. A, Islands College Whangaroa, $1,900. B, Russell Sports Club, $1,000. C, Whangaroa College Cairo, $1,900. Second lines. Straightforward, discussions and questions.
Just not sure why it's moderated down so much. So the $39,000 across the farm. And collectively, they have started. The amounts and the recommendation are less, but less. And I just wondered why that is.
I can go through that one for you. So basically, we started, we don't get as many applications as a winter. So we can try and divide it. At the moment, we do it a 30-70 split. That at this point would have allowed $4,860 and 2 cents for the summer amount of the state of Ireland. I go through these with the Sport Northland UX as well. Part of what we do is we look at how many students will be supported in each application, and we try and be fairish and give a similar amount per student. There isn't a huge difference in terms of what would be granted. It's 4,800 versus 4,800, somewhere around. So we thought fair and fair.
Yeah, I'm particularly concerned about the other children, so overall seems to be taking the biggest hit. And I don't know what the implications of that might be. It would be wrong in my view to assume that the need for it is not as great.
Future, there is something else that comes into play on this. There are 2 lots of funding for rural travel. One of them is the Te Manawa funding, which used to be funded through council, but it's all decided to do that themselves. So Whangaroa College will also be applying to Te Manawa. And so this is for out of school activities. And Te Manawa will also fund in school activities, and schools are still getting that right across them. So where before they would fund was a lot. They're still getting it straight in their heads that they need to make 2 applications. But the Sport Northland coordinators are working with them through that. We anticipate that we'll small.
That's enough.
So move myself seconded by Mike. That's 3 recommendations. All those in support? Against? Same. Islands-Whangaroa Community Board note the project report received from Islands College, B Kinkin High School, C Whangaroa Rugby, and D Russell Sports Club. Amy?
Oh, yeah, okay. I left and I rejoined. So I'll use my laptop as the sound one because I'm kind of in the middle of everybody.
Welcome back, everybody, after that lunch break. We are now moving on to item 7.6. And I will move that item 7.6 be moved into public exclusion to enable a free and frank discussion of all funding applications. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Jane. So if we could pause our live stream, please, while we move into public exclusion. Welcome back to members of the public who are still waiting to hear the results of item 7.6, our event investment funding applications. I will move the following recommendations from the community board. The first recommendation was to approve the sum of $5,000 plus GST if applicable be paid from the board's community grant fund account to Bay of Islands Sailing Week for the 2024 sailing week. This recommendation was lost. The second recommendation was to approve the sum of $2,000 to Russell RSA for the 2024 Anzac Day costs to support the following community outcomes: proud, vibrant communities, communities that are healthy, safe, connected and sustainable. This motion was also lost. This recommendation was lost. Moving on to the next recommendation, $2,500 to the Bay of Islands P&I Association for the 2023 P&I show. Was moved to decline that application, and that was carried. The next one, $2,000 for Jackman Entertainment for 2023 Kitty Kitty Street Party. This recommendation for $2,000 was lost. The next application, $2,500 for Kitty Kitty Summer Jazz Festival for 2024 Jazz Festival. This recommendation was also lost. The next one recommendation is $5,000 towards Cruising the Bay for the 2024 Cruising the Bay. That application was successful, $5,000 for Cruising the Bay's 2024. The next recommendation was for $2,500 for the Bay of Islands Country Rock Festival for the 2024 Country Rock Festival. That was carried, $2,500. The next one was for the Bay of Islands Jazz and Blues Festival, $2,500 for the 2024 Jazz and Blues Festival. That was also supported and carried. Item J was removed, withdrawn, sorry. Now I'll move to the community grant fund applications that were actually an error. We had an error today where they were put into public exclusion. So I will now read out the results from those applications from our normal community grant fund. The first one was to decline the application for the Kitty Kitty Bowling Club for assistance with their insurance costs. This was carried, that it was declined. The next recommendation, $3,500 for Te Kura o Hato Hauhepa o Te Kamura for costs towards hosting the 2023 Whangaroa Arts Festival. This was successful, $3,500 was approved. Then we moved resolution that the Bay of Islands uplift the Bay of Islands budgeting and community services application from the table. This was left to lie at our previous meeting. We then addressed the item and approved $7,000 for the Bay of Islands from our community grant fund towards the Bay of Islands budgeting and community services. The next application was $5,000 supported for the Kawakawa Business and Community Association for the cost towards the Kawakawa Christmas event 2023. This was also carried and approved. Next application was $5,000 for Te Puna Aroha Putea Whakapapa towards the costs for the Marewa Christmas event 2023. That was also approved, $5,000. The next application was for $5,000 for the Karanga Happy Marae Trust for cost towards two Wheretangi Marae reopening event. This amount was not approved and that recommendation was lost. The next recommendation was for $5,000 for our kitty towards the kitty Christmas event, and this was approved. So with that finishes our round of funding applications, and then we'll move back into our ordinary business items, moving on to. When you move and seconded for those in their entirety, no, probably moved and seconded. So we're now on item 8.1, statement of community board fund account as at the 30th of September 2023 on page 6. Recommendation is that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board receives the report entitled Statement of the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board Community Fund Account as at 30th of September 2023. I will move. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Bruce. Any discussion around that balance? No, so I'll put it to the vote. All those in support? Against? Carried. Moving on to 8.2. Page 62. That the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board received the report Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board October Action Sheet update. Do I have a mover? Jane, thank you. Seconded. Tyler. I'm doing pretty good with these. You want to go through them one by one? Nothing's happened with the off-leash dog area. That's in there just so we don't lose sight of that one. We don't have an update on the Opal-Waihi walkway.
That would be up for consideration.
Yeah, thank you. And I guess that's our Cherry Park House is.
Just the time that I'm back in, so.
Free
to tell them to move in.
Where you go?
Not the move to town. The building warrant fences are no longer being completed by
Yeah.
and we have a new contractor who is coming in to do building warrant fences. So Cherry Park is on that list, and we have also let district facilities and access team know about possible options. Cherry Park has to be investigated. So
I still don't be big one.
still no being like that.
So we're waiting on the building warrant departments.
The big capital, the building warrant.
Yeah.
Anyway. That building is not currently closed. So.
Yeah. Okay.
So the one was expired.
I'm not too sure. But I already know.
No, I think Wormwood was supposed to do it, but didn't complete the job, and so now they've now been aware of it when we've chased it up, and they've changed contractors. And I don't know how long that takes to get to complete.
Mm.
It's included in the email.
Yeah. Mm.
So it's in the process.
So it's progress. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Pretty high risk.
Well, that's really about insurance teams over there. That's not to mention.
Yeah, so that gets checked outside of the building warrant witness as well, and have its own additional checks that need to take place. Especially previous.
Okay, so that completes our outstanding action report. That was the management plan in progress with Robin for this year. So I moved Jane, seconded Tyler. I'll put it to the vote that we received that. This is support. Against, that's carried. That brings us to the end of our business for the day. Well done, team. And I will ask one of you to close with a karakia. Jane, you open? Would you like to close?
Kia tau, kia whai mai tātou, kia tau, kia tātou katoa, i te atapai o te tātou ariki I rukraki, te araha o te atua, I na whiwhinga tāhitanga, I te wairua tapu, ake, ake ake.
Amen.
Well done. We'll ask that our live stream is turned off. Okay.
Just while you're back now, and one of the things to bring to your attention. And we all would have received them.
Should we just wait for our live stream? Thank you. Thanks, Holly.
You would have received the email from Councillor Court in regards to